Mic check Jordan, 1 2 3 1 2 3. Mic check Jordan. Colton, what do you think the odds are that we can shift that way? That way you can point up in the house.
Point the house?
Just so that we can see it, like the mud inside for a second.
Oh.
Do you think we have time to move in? We don't have to.
Nah,
Let's not.
So.
Let's not.
Yeah. Jordan sucked.
Hmm?
He said Jordan sucked.
Give me 1 minute. Is it still raining a little bit?
Tiny bit.
Like misting. How long we got, guys?
Huh?
Yes. We are in between Ingram and Hunt along the Guadalupe River. Yeah, yeah. I hear a helicopter. Look at that. Look at that. We are still trying. We gathered a story right here first. But that's our next bet. Sorry, we're going to work on getting to Camp Mystic. We stopped here and gathered a story first. If y'all are streaming this, that's a rescue helicopter that's heading that way. That's heading toward Camp Mystic and toward Hunt.
Multiple hits, or is this it, and then we drive?
I'm not sure. Hey Colton, I'm gonna walk around, so
How much?
you should be okay swinging, but I want to go over there.
Okay.
So we are right in between Ingram and Hunt. We started heading on the highway this way. The road was closed this morning when it was dark outside. You'll see some cars right now as it reopens. Most of the traffic going into Hunt today has been emergency vehicles. We have seen crews that are headed to work on power lines. The Bryan Fire Department went in just a little bit ago with some rafts. A lot of these are first responders or people coming to help. Texas DPS coming up the highway this way. So we ended up actually pulling over here because we saw really distinct damage. So I'm gonna move you this way. So all of this is wreckage that has been pushed down the Guadalupe River. This metal thing that you're seeing halfway up, wrapped around a tree, we're told that's a piece of a metal shed that someone upriver had out behind their house that was pushed with such force that it's now wrapped around the tree. You'll notice a lot of the bark is missing from things that were slammed in through the tree. The house that we're standing at, they actually had a GMC vehicle that was swept down the river. They haven't seen it. They have not found it. They said they have found some of their items about 300 yards this way, but haven't found that car yet. We were walking around out here, and if you're a coffee drinker like I am, you'll recognize what this is. This is part of a Keurig that was in their house. They're renovating it to be an Airbnb, completely swept out of a broken window and deposited outside. It's now full of mud and muck and leaves. So the Guadalupe River has gone down a little bit. You can see a canoe stuck over here. as well. But from the pictures that they showed me from before, this is a completely different landscape than they were looking at before. So like I said, they were renovating this house as an Airbnb. It's been in their family since the 1930s, and they said water has never come up this high. They said in the flood of 1987, it came up just about to where these stairs are. So right now, we can't take you in the house because it's not safe. The water level goes up to here. This is how high the water was in this house. The bed that is in this bedroom was floating at that point. So they had just gotten this ready to be an Airbnb. It was listed. It had bookings through August, and they've now had to take it down. They told me 5 years of work was washed away in the flood. So they are working on rebuilding, finding everything that was lost. There is a Mercedes from somewhere else upriver that has come down, and it's up in a tree in their backyard at this point. We've seen a lot of people coming down in this area to take pictures. A rescue helicopter went by just a little bit ago. But this is just a snippet of what people are seeing out here. And we're not even all the way to Hunt yet, where the situation was arguably worse. Definitely. The water, that part is devastating. But when you see all of these items strewn in the trees and on the ground, those are pieces of people's lives. There is a big purple chair that ended up landing right here. It's crumbled to pieces. And just looking at it, you know that someone loved that chair. The shed, like, these are things that people worked so hard for, washed away in an instant. And that's been the hardest part for me to process, is Mother Nature is so powerful, and these people work hard. This is a close-knit community, and to have everything washed away so quickly, and for the rebuilding to take as long as they know that it's going to take, it's just devastating. Like, it's hard to even put into words, because you see pictures of it, and I'm sure as you're looking at these images on the screen, you feel how powerful it is. But to see it and to meet these people who have such a good attitude amidst everything happening, it's incredible. And it's halfway up the tree, Marisa and Christina. Like, it's not even at the bottom. It is stuck halfway up the tree. And we're seeing that. I wish we could take you around back and show you the car, because it also is halfway up a tree. The height and the power behind this water to move such large structures. That car had to be at least a ton, and it was moved like it was nothing. Absolutely. And all these people out here are so hardworking. The RV park, I think, was particularly devastating, though, because she was saying, the people who live here are her family. She looks out for them. She said that there are people who are living there in their 90s. This was supposed to be their piece of heaven, their retirement area along a beautiful river. And they said the water just moved in so quickly. Luckily, most of the people at that specific RV park were able to get out. Lorena Guillen did tell us that there is a family of 5 that was closer to the river that they were not able to get to in time, and they are still missing. But for the most part, she said that she herself and her husband were going around and banging on doors trying to get people out before the water was too high. And in some cases, it was already feet up in those campers before she could get to them. Hey, Colton, they're going to take us in about 5 minutes.
Oh, here's a solid place since we can show the car now.
Yeah. She just walked me through the house. There are literally fish laying in the living room.
Oh, really?
Fish.
Wow.
I took a bunch of videos on my phone. It's 100% not safe
Okay.
with the camera and the tripod in there.
Okay.
The floor's kind of sinking it. Yeah, it's in bad shape.
Wow.
Ah, I feel so bad.
We're still going. Yes. And we really need to get to a stopping point after this so I
Okay.
can charge the live view.
All right, I'll tell him. Hey, Colton. If I pull up a video on my phone, can you shoot that while we're live? Huh?
Come bring it over. Get in front of the camera and let me see it.
Let me put it on Do Not Disturb. Mic check Jordan 1 2 3 1 2 3. Mic check Jordan 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Oh yeah.
You can see?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I gonna want to run it, or do you guys want to run it? Yeah, I can toss to it. I'm gonna kind of walk and talk you guys out here first. There's another rescue helicopter. So if you can't hear me, let me. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. This is the fish in the living room shot.
Have that.
I had to tell her. I was like, this is a horrible time to tell you, but I'm deathly afraid of fish. So I got it from there, and then I had to go. It's insane. So, in there, the refrigerator is toppled, and it was like pushed up against the oven. The Keurig, where we found the water chamber, it's completely covered in mud on the floor, like in the middle of the kitchen. I don't know how it detached and got outside. We were in the kitchen, and she picked something up, and she goes, "This isn't even ours. Like, I don't even know how this got in here.
Yeah.
Like, it's from someone else's house that just washed in."
Jeez.
It's like, I can't believe it. I need a minute. Where should we start?
Okay, wherever you want. We'll start here and
Yeah.
walk over here.
Let's start there. Oh, okay. Yep, let's do that. So we were on the highway going from Ingram to Hunt. We pulled over because we saw a family out working on their house, and we saw just a ton of debris in the trees by the Guadalupe here. So I want to show you that, and then I'm going to tell you about this family. So this is a couch or a chair that has swept down here out of someone's home and landed on the property here. This looks like some kind of tarp up in the tree. There's HEB bags caught in here. We've got a big piece of wood. Further down, there's plastic chairs and sheets. And then what is most disturbing, I want to show you. So there is a Mercedes that has now landed up in a tree over this way. Colton's gonna find that for you. It just landed there. They said they don't know whose it is. They don't believe there was anyone in it, just an empty car that washed all the way through. This family also had a car wash away. We've seen a lot of rescue helicopters coming through this area in the last little bit. So this family who lives in this house, they have been renovating it for 5 years to be an Airbnb, and the water came rushing in this way. There's this huge tree that has now landed on their deck. We were able to take a peek inside. It's covered in mud, so we were not able to take our big camera inside, but I took some videos on my phone. I'm going to let Colton adjust for a second so I can show you some of those videos. So this is a bedroom in their house. You can see the water line up at the top of the curtains and up on the wall. It hit almost halfway up that painting. I'm going to keep scrolling so you can see some of these. This is in their kitchen. So you pan down, you can see the water. Their refrigerator is toppled on its side. And again, you see how high up. The floors are covered just in muck. We were standing in the kitchen and there are fish sitting in there in the muck, debris from other people's houses. The homeowner told me that there are some things in there, they don't even know whose houses they came from. She just said, we went in and we knew that that was not ours. The basement, there is still water standing in it. So it's a disaster situation here. They told me that for 5 years they've been working to get this Airbnb up and running. They were hoping to make some extra money off of it. Their other cabin is top 1% Airbnb, and they've had to cancel all their bookings because they don't know if they're going to be able to recover this, essentially. They're very kind people. They're taking this with so much grace, which is, we could say the same for everyone that we've met today. Earlier today, we talked to Lorena Guillen, who owns the Blue Oaks RV park, and all of the RVs that were there swept away. She said there's a family of 5 still missing out there, but still as kind as can be, so worried for the people who were in that RV park. I want you to take a listen to this. We had a very long conversation with her earlier today. So before I go, I want to show you guys too, this is a life jacket that got caught on this tree branch. This tree was not here before. This is where it's landed. There is one singular sandal over here on this tree. This is what a lot of the debris looks like down the river. It is just piles of jumbles of stuff that search crews are going to end up having to go through. Some of this stuff, there's no telling how far it's washed down this river. So lots of destruction down here. As search crews told us this morning, it's going to take days, weeks, months to sift through all of this. We'll send it back to you guys. Yes. So they actually say that it's helpful that they were an Airbnb before this because they've had to take pictures of every inch of this property so they can show the companies exactly what it looked like before and exactly what it looks like now because things are pretty rough in there. There's things that got carried away, things that flooded and are no longer working. I know earlier I showed you guys the water chamber of the Keurig coffee maker that was all the way out in the yard. We found the Keurig in the kitchen covered in just inches of mud and muck. It was on the floor in the sink. I would say there's probably this much mud still sitting in there too. They're heartbroken because they worked so hard for this, but they do have insurance luckily for it, but it will be a while if they choose to turn this into an Airbnb again. So they've turned the internet back on, I know that for sure, and they're just working to make it so that they can safely move through the house. There hasn't been a ton of cleanup. They've taken pictures and documented everything, but electricity was the number one, and then they're just kind of letting things dry out at this point, removing all of the fish from the floor because obviously that's going to start to smell. Thanks, Mad Dog.
We're about to get rained on.
You think so?
Yeah, it's all raining.
3 minutes.
Well, I don't know what that's going to happen.
Okay.
These guys,
I don't know. I mean, it's probably worth a try. You know, I don't know if you'll succeed, but if you were there yesterday with that mighty bad like everything. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't seem like it's too far long. No, I don't think so. Well, you know if I got it, I'll wave you. Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, we're just out here. The goal is to try to clear some of these piles. So that's what they're working on now. They have all volunteers working on it. He says he had a personal note. He had daughters went to the camp. He heard like counselors. He had a friend who were at the camp when it happened. Okay, cool. Yeah, please get a send that in.
big cell
2 minutes.
coming towards us from the north.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, good question.
Do they
Hey,
stop?
Tessa. Hey.
One minute.
I was on that. They should have rolled on it. They could roll tape too
You were on what?
on them.
Oh, you were?
So
Yeah. Can we touch the exposure again? They're saying I'm too bright.
Okay, I'm gonna do that and listen to you see that.
30. Well, volunteers are working alongside law enforcement here just outside of Camp Mystic. You can see all the debris that's next to me. This is along the Guadalupe River, which is what flooded Camp Mystic and other areas across central Texas in the early hours Friday morning. We just spoke to one of the volunteers, Brooks, who says, you know, they're out here giving their time, giving their effort with these chainsaws, trying to clear.
Hello, hello. This is a mic check for everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1. Mic check for everyone. This is a mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check. Mic check. Hello, everyone. This is a mic check. Mic check for everyone. Everyone, thank you for being here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. This is a mic check, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a mic check. Mic check for everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good? Everybody good?
This is where I spent all my time. More. It's a great place.
Good morning, everyone. This is the 10 a.m. briefing from the Kerr County Response Management for the flood disaster. First up today, we have Sheriff Larry Letha.
Y'all ready? Okay. Once again, Larry Letha, Kerr County Sheriff. Again, thank y'all for covering this and helping us get the message out. I'll start first, and then our city manager will go next and give you some information, and then we'll finish with our Kerrville mayor. Okay, what I'm here to do, like I said, is give you all the most current updated information. Please bear in mind these numbers will continue to change. As I'm walking in the door, I'm getting texts. It's going to be like yesterday. I think these numbers will continue to change and increase as time goes on. But like I said, we'll do a good job on keeping you updated. Search and rescue operations continue with a full response from local, state, and national first responders. At present, there's over 400 first responders for more than 20 agencies that are working in Kerr County. We have more than a dozen canine working in and near the river. More than 100 air, water, and ground vehicles are in the field right now working on this search and rescue. As of 9 a.m. this morning, we've recorded 59 deceased in Kerr County. Among those who are deceased, we have 38 adults and 21 children. 18 adults pending identification, and 4 children are also pending identification. At present, there are 11 Camp Mystic campers unaccounted for, along with 1 counselor. We extend our sincerest condolences and prayers for every single family affected by this tragedy. And we continue to work around the clock and reunite these families. We will continue to our search efforts until everybody is found. Our missing person call center is open, and those reporting missing loved ones can call the number 830-258-1111. I'll repeat one more time, 830-258-1111. Please follow the Kerr County Sheriff's Office and City of Kerrville Facebook for your latest information. At this time, I'll turn it over to our City Manager, Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you all for being here today. Everyone in the community is hurting, and we know many of you are locals or have some local connections here, so please keep everybody in your thoughts as we continue to navigate this very challenging time for our community. Search operations continue. Starting about 0600 this morning, we started putting boots on the ground. We have increased our number of personnel that are navigating the really challenging shores along the bank line, but we are continuing to make progress from west to east as we continue operations. What we really need from y'all is to really help us get the word out. We know that people want to volunteer, but what we're starting to see is personal drones that are flying. With these personal drones that are flying, that is a danger to aircraft, which risks then further operations. So if you could, please pass the communication along that we need to keep these personal drones out of the sky. We have drones and assets flying. We want to continue to do that. For volunteers and donations, we do have a phone number, 830-465-4794. We can give you that number after, but if you want to volunteer, if you have donations, please contact that number and they will help get everything out. We have families who need to be reunited, and we are continuously making effort to make sure that our families are reunited. We want to continue to work together with our community. We appreciate everybody here, and we want to make sure that we stay Kerr united. I'm going to let the mayor wants to say a few words, and then I will take a couple questions after the mayor.
Again, thank you for being here. You know, I'm old enough to remember Fred Rogers, and he one time said during a crisis, look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping. In Kerrville, those helpers are the city staff, county personnel, state agencies, and federal agencies. The entire Kerrville City Council is on site today. We're doing everything we can. Let me repeat something I said yesterday. In our Emergency Operations Center, it's not a bunch of different teams. It's one team. Our goal is to rescue those in peril and find those who are lost. If you are interested in donating to help those families who've been affected, you can visit the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. They've set up a portal for donations, and I understand our community, our state, and the world have been responding. Thank you. Kerrville's branch of the Salvation Army has been designated as our official partner for volunteer coordination and in-kind donations. They can be reached at a number very similar to what you just heard, 830-465-4797. Also, we have a website for volunteers to register, a different website. It's tcr.communityos.org. It's important to follow the City of Kerrville's Facebook page for updates. If you follow social media and are interested in such things, I may be too old to tell you this, but there is a hashtag. It's hashtag Kerr United. That's what we are. We're united to help those who are grieving and to find those who are lost. And now we'll open up to questions. I cannot answer operational questions, but I'm going to ask the city manager to come back up.
I'm not sure who can answer this, but we just talked with business owners who are very concerned not only for themselves but also for employees about how are they going to pay their mortgage, how are they going to pay their electricity. They've been having people reach out to them about their bills, and they're terrified that in the middle of all this they're going to get cut off or evicted.
We are working through everything right now. Currently our biggest focus is to making sure that we get families reunited with their loved ones. And so we are not going to stop until we are able to get those families reunited.
Mr. Rice, this is a question for both you and the sheriff. There appears to be a massive operation now in Center Point. Is that where we're seeing bodies recovered at this moment?
We are seeing bodies recovered all over, up and down. So as we make our way east to west, we have the entire pretty much span of operations. We broke it down into grids so we can recover those bodies. So yes, it is a full operation.
None as of this morning.
Mr. Rice,
Yeah.
Mr. Rice.
One more question.
Yeah, well, one of the questions that still hasn't been answered 3 days into this is despite TDEM's warning on July 2nd, July 3rd, that something like this could have happened, that the threat existed, why that information didn't get down to the camps and why they weren't evacuated. Can you answer that now?
That is a great question, but again, we want to make sure that we continue to focus. We still have 11 missing children that we want to get reunited with our families. Until we can get reunited with our families, we are not going to stop. We are not going to stop until we do. So, thank you.
Just a quick follow-up question, sir. Was any emergency alert given out on the 4th, that morning of? Did anyone get
Sir,
any
there are
alert?
families who deserve better than that.
Yep, I got you. Sounds good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. What happened? Huh? Probably, yeah. Is he going? No.
when they're going to come to Lee, or if they still are? Okay. Back up. We're coming back from commercial air.
Are they going to come to us? Call dropped. Call dropped inside. Call dropped inside. My IFB dropped.
Storm.
Huh.
Cell.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Yep, got you now. Yep, I can hear you. Okay, sounds good.
Honestly, that's fine. She has stuff she wants to work on anyway.
Yeah, of course. We're hit. I just killed.
We're dead.
Okay, stand by.
Let's see, where's Chief? There's Chief Anderson. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks, y'all, for being here. My name is Andy Brown. I'm the Travis County judge. Over the past 48 hours, Travis County experienced an extremely deadly and destructive flood event. I want to start by thanking the first responders, dispatchers, road crews, utility workers, and volunteers, and people, citizens, residents, who have exercised extraordinary bravery over these past 48 hours. You've saved countless lives, sustained hope in the darkest moments, and will continue to do so in big and small ways over the days and weeks ahead. For all the people and communities that are impacted, we stand with you and are doing all that we can to support you. I want to thank the National Weather Service for sending out alerts before, during, and now after the bulk of the storm. Heavy rains fell across the region, especially in northwestern Travis County, triggering widespread flash flooding largely along Sandy Creek and Cow Creek, starting sometime around midnight on Friday, building throughout the night into the morning. This led to homes, cars, and people being washed away. I spoke just this morning with folks. I went out to visit ESD1 and the other ESDs that are helping them out there out near Nameless Road along Sandy Creek. They showed me the people there, the firefighters showed me multiple houses, trailers largely that had been washed away, just simply pieces of them down the creek, cars along with them down the creek. I met four guys that live sort of across the creek. There were about 10 trailer homes there. They all survived, but they had a very scary night where water was coming into their trailers, and they didn't have a way a way to get out. Their cars also had been washed away. They were in a tough situation. They told me that they received alerts about 12 noon before this all started, about midnight, and then alerts throughout the night as well from the National Weather Service. I spoke with ESD1 firefighters who helped evacuate people from the second floor of a house. The first floor was full of water. People were in the second floor. They helped them evacuate. I think that story repeats over and over the hard work of these first responders over the last couple of days. By Saturday afternoon, we had confirmed the deaths of 4 individuals. I think you'll hear more about that from others due to this event. 1 person in the Briarcliff area, 3 additional fatalities that ESD1, I believe, responded to in that area. There were 3 separate incidents, I think. Search and rescue operations are still going on this morning. The team at I joined them at their 8 a.m. briefing this morning where they divided up where they were going to be walking, largely along Sandy Creek, to look for folks up and down the creek. It's about, my understanding, it's about 18 miles of creek between the top and where it hits the lake. Austin Travis County EMS, you'll hear from them today. They responded to dozens of water rescues, most of them concentrated in western portions of the county near Cow Creek and FM 1431, where, again, mobile homes were swept away and residents were forced to deal with rising waters in the middle of the night. In response, I signed a local disaster declaration for Travis County on Saturday morning. My understanding is the governor has also added Travis County to his declaration of a disaster and has asked the federal government for assistance for this area as well. This helps us to activate mutual aid resources, coordinate with the state and federal partners, and accelerate emergency response and recovery efforts. We also launched a countywide emergency response operation that included activation of ESD1 and an EOC out there, deployment of medical and mental health response teams, and establishing a reunification center for families searching for missing loved ones. At the height of the storm, the National Weather Service issued additional flash flood emergency warnings for portions of Travis, Williamson, and Burnett counties, including the I-35 corridor. Some areas received over a foot of rainfall in a matter of hours. Low water crossings were quickly overwhelmed, and floodwaters caused extensive damage to roads, bridges, and homes, particularly in the western region of Travis County. And then late on Saturday afternoon, Travis County received an alert from the LCRA, the Lower Colorado River Authority, that flood operations had begun at Tom Miller Dam on Lake Austin. So they opened floodgates to manage upstream inflows, and advised downstream residents to take immediate precautions as flows increased significantly and water levels rose rapidly along the Colorado. This action was necessary to preserve structural safety and reduce upstream flooding, and added, of course, to the complexity of what everybody was dealing with downstream. Travis County worked alongside the Texas Department of Emergency Management. We've got Cody here today from TDEM, who has provided us lots of support and been a great partner in this, as well as working with surrounding Central Texas counties that also face dangerous flooding, evacuation orders, and ongoing water rescues. As for the catastrophic floods in Kerr County, Travis County is proud to have served as part of the coordinated effort that included Texas DPS, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Texas Task Force 1 Hilo Group, the Texas Military Department, and the U.S. Coast Guard, and of course TDEM. We deployed a Starflight helicopter with 1 pilot, 1 nurse, and 1 paramedic that completed 6 missions and 2 hoist rescues, moved 9 patients to a collection point, all in over about 4.5 flight hours. Throughout all of this, our first responders, dispatchers, road crews, utility workers, and volunteers exercised extraordinary bravery. I cannot thank this group of folks for their courage enough and for their quick actions. As we move forward, I want to reiterate that this disaster is not over. While floodwaters seem to be receding in many areas, the rain seems to be slowing down. Damage assessments, debris removal, and recovery operations will still take days and weeks. And we're still, I believe, under a flash flood watch until 7 p.m. today. So just, the same things we always urge folks: never drive into a low water crossing, especially during a storm. This had catastrophic consequences, I think, for some people in Travis County, and it's just something that you should never do still to this hour. Listen to your phone alerts. Make sure that you have an evacuation plan, especially if you live near a creek, even if it's dry, and use that plan if the National Weather Service or others recommend to evacuate. Stay away from flood-damaged areas today and tomorrow unless authorized to return. Report hazardous conditions or missing persons to our emergency hotline, and continue to monitor Travis County social media and emergency websites for shelter information, aid registration, and road closures. You can find up-to-date information at traviscountytx.gov/emergency, including recovery resources. So we've been through a lot the last few days, but we're Travis County, and we're going to get through this together. We are committed to doing everything possible to protect lives, help families recover, and rebuild stronger than before. And I'm going to pass it on now to the Sheriff, Sally Hernandez. Sheriff?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Sally Hernandez, Travis County Sheriff. People in our community have been utterly devastated by this sudden, unexpected flooding that took place. My heart goes out to each and every one who has suffered such great loss. As flash floods hit on July the 5th, our 911 call center experienced a surge in calls. The timing of those calls paint a picture of when floodwaters hit the affected communities. At 1 a.m., TCSO dispatchers received 49 calls, and by 3 a.m., that number spiked to 112. Flood-related calls continued to come in steadily for hours after that. We were fully staffed for the 4th of July weekend, so we pivoted those resources, our patrol deputies, to respond to the 911 calls. Floodwaters rose so quickly that roadway access to many of those callers were completely cut off. Deputies assisted with rescue efforts throughout the early morning hours. As daylight came and devastation became very painfully evident, we continued rescue efforts, and our special response team went door to door checking on the welfare of all of those 911 callers that called in during the overnight hours. Unfortunately, our agency also assisted with recovery missions. Today, we're continuing our search and rescue efforts, and one of our lake patrol boats is out with Parks and Wildlife searching the Cow Creek area, which is only accessible by water at this time because of the roadways have been washed away. Our special response team, along with the Travis County Parks, are assigned to barricade roadways to keep people from driving into unsafe areas and to help prevent looting. Our drone team is in the Sandy Creek area today assisting with search and rescue efforts. FM 1431 and Singleton Bend West toward Burnett County is blocked to the damaged roadways. Juniper Trail is impassable due to road damage, and Nameless Road is damaged but is passable through Terra Vista. I'm grateful for everyone that you see up here and their roles that they have played in trying to help our community. But what I'm more grateful for is the way that our community comes together and helps each other get through these really hard times. Thank you so much.
Eric?
Yeah, good morning. I'm Eric Carter. I'm the Chief Emergency Management Coordinator for Travis County. Again, I'm like the judge. It's okay. Hats off to the first responder agencies out at the Emergency Service District 1 and all across the county. They really stepped up in what is a no-notice holiday weekend to respond to a very critical incident. Of course, we're all thinking about the folks in Kerr County, but as we know locally, we also had some loss of life. So hats off to those folks, and again, our hearts are going out to them. From the Emergency Operations Center and here, the emergency management team, our sole focus in the first 24 to 48 hours is support to our first responders. Sheriff Hernandez was eloquent in telling you how she and the team have responded from the law enforcement side. Also, our public works team working hard, and we've got some folks here along with our parks folks and our transportation and natural resources department working yeoman's hours, doing everything from road safety issues, road closures, all the way to, again, search and rescue. So that's been our initial focus. While they'll continue that focus in the field at the ESD out in Lago Vista, we expect here we're going to be making our transition over to the recovery. We're getting to where we're going to get that incident stabilized. Now we're going to be moving into recovery. So right now, one of the initial needs folks need to understand, if people are out there and they want to know how to help, if you're a victim and you need immediate assistance, we want to encourage you to call the Red Cross. Red Cross is here with us today. They can help you with immediate needs. By later this afternoon, we'll be putting out additional resources. The Red Cross will make sure that you are sheltered, that you have an immediate ability to cover first in food, clothing, if you lost those things in flash flooding. We know there will be other needs. We've got a great team of volunteer agencies and community partners that are gathering here at the EOC, and we're going to look at other resources we can put out for the community. We expect our response to move from here to more out in the Lago Vista area. That's where the impact is. That's not to ignore what was going on in the Briar Cliff and other parts of the county, but we know just from the reports we received, the bulk of the impact is out in the Lago Vista ESD1 region. So that's where we'll be in the upcoming days. As I told the team, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We've got to work through this over time. Our goal is to pace ourselves and do our jobs. So we're going to keep doing that. I'll let these folks here give you the highlights of their response. I don't even want to step over that, but they'll keep at it and we'll keep at it. So thank you. Who? Chief. Thank you. Chief. Excuse me, sir.
Good morning. Rob Lukritz, Chief of Austin Travis County EMS. As was mentioned earlier, our hearts go out to everyone that was affected by this tragic event. From an Austin Travis County EMS perspective, in the early hours of Saturday morning, we received numerous 911 calls reporting individuals who were experiencing severe flooding requiring evacuation. Our teams, in collaboration with the Emergency Services District, deployed numerous resources. Austin Travis County EMS deployed 2 boat teams, as well as supervisory assets to assist in the command center, both in Travis County, in Lago Vista, as well as in Burnett County. We also dispatched several ambulances. In total, 25 individuals were rescued by our teams, and 4 of those were transported with non-life-threatening emergencies to local healthcare facilities. Our teams continue to work throughout the day to assist in the rescue efforts. In addition to our efforts here in Travis County, we continue to have assets deployed in Kerr County, where we have an ambulance bus as well as a boat team deployed from our agency. In addition, our community health paramedics also assisted with the Emergency Family Assistance Center, which I believe was in Leander. It's moved a couple times, to assist in the care for those families that were affected. And with that, I'll turn it back to Judge Brown.
We'll open up for questions.
Okay.
So we know that 4 are confirmed deceased. How many do we have missing right now?
So based on talking to the ESD this morning at the meeting that they had at 8 a.m., they suspect there's somewhere between 11 and 13, but those are largely unconfirmed. It's like they talked to somebody who said, we heard that this person is missing. There's one person that they told me about that they firsthand know is missing still. In talking to other people that live out there this morning, they pointed to a car that they thought people were in that I could see, a quarter mile down the river. And so there are still people missing. We do not know exactly how many. I know firsthand that there was that one person confirmed missing by the ESDs.
Judge Brown, you talked a little bit about the notifications to some people in Western Travis County. Could you talk more about what kinds of warnings people received and whether any of this death was preventable?
Yeah, so I can tell you what I have heard that people have received, and then I don't know, Cody or anybody else, if y'all want to come up, please do. My understanding is that there was an alert from the National Weather Service sometime around noon on Friday. Then there was another one sometime around midnight, and then there was one somewhere around 4:30 a.m. as well, and then they continued on after that. Does anyone?
I'll add in.
You want to add in? Okay.
And the judge pretty much summarized it. All through the night, the team was both monitoring here and pushing. The Weather Service was very proactive in their warnings. We even called them a couple of times and said, we see problems. Can you issue a warning? And they did those warnings. So from a notification using the integrated public alert and warning system, those things that were firing off your phones, we were getting the message out. So very happy with that. The question of preventability, that can't be answered today, in the sense that the team is out there still doing the search and rescue and the recovery and the circumstances why any one individual would have found themselves in a tragic circumstance. We can't know that today, but I appreciate the question.
I know that we had mentioned that this was somewhat unpredictable. This came unexpectedly, but we do know that at least our meteorologists were forecasting that flash flooding could come in the northwest area of Austin. We know that this happened in creek areas. How predictable was this actually? Did this really sneak up on you? Is there anything that we could have done to protect human life?
I think the best thing that we can do is send those alerts out. That iPod system is very effective. It gets, my understanding of the technology,
very targeted, yeah.
If your cell phone is in that area, you get an alert. It's not like Warren Central Texas where you have to sign up for it. Some people get it, maybe some people don't. That is a very robust system, and my understanding is that the National Weather Service gave people many warnings, and obviously your news station did as well.
Next question. Follow up.
Yep. Follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Those four people that were deceased, did they originate from a home or a vehicle?
Talking to the ESD this morning, they don't know where they originated from. My understanding is that at least 3 of those people they thought separate incidents in different areas, but they don't know the circumstances of how they got there.
Right here. Did you have any communication from the governor's office in the preceding days to the storm?
In the preceding days, I did not, no.
Judge, and just to be clear, and we do have TDM here. TDM regularly, when there's any weather system, and Cody, please jump in if you need to, regularly holds statewide conference calls to all jurisdictions to make people aware of the risk of a given weather system. As we approach that weekend, the risk for this area was really down to the south, and ultimately the people down in Kerrville, unfortunately, they got it, and that's where that focus was. This system just began to turn, and they are continuing their statewide conference calls, but they did everything they could to make sure all the areas, counties in Texas were aware of the system. Cody, you want to add anything to that?
No, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just so you said governor's office. I did talk to Cody on Friday. He's with TDM. I did also talk with the governor's office as we're more into the storm. Checked in with the governor's chief of staff. Yes.
Were there any evacuations held in Travis County?
There were evacuations, and ESD, do you want to talk about any of that? I know they told me this morning about people who were evacuated off of their roofs, things like that. Do you want to comment a little bit?
Try.
Michael Anderson, representing the Travis County Emergency Services Districts. When the event started to occur in the early morning hours, the agencies were called for dispatching for the rescues, for the immediate calls and needs. It's my understanding that the ESD1 area, the Lago Vista, Jonestown area, while they were also performing rescues, they worked to get notifications for evacuations. But most of their efforts were on the actual needs for the rescues. Any other further than that, I can't speak to that right now.
We're going to do last question here and follow it up right there.
Last question for me. I appreciate y'all's time and providing us these updates. We know that Travis County is one of the biggest counties in Texas. I want to ask, why did this press conference come hours after we know that the fatalities happened in our county?
I think we released them as they're happening, is my understanding. Our main focus is on the actual, helping people who are out there in the floodwaters, and so I think that was the biggest effort that we've all been working on. Chief Bailey from ESD 11 was the incident commander out around ESD 1, and so we had these folks out there and making sure that they had the resources that they need, of course. And then my understanding is that Hector and others were in communications with the press about details.
I just wanted to ask how many rescues there were, and if you could talk any more about it.
Yeah, so I heard from the ESDs this morning that they thought there were about 50 rescues at EMS. Does that sound about right? So I think they pointed at what's the name of that boat? The little inflatable boat? Zodiac. The Zodiac boat. They talked about rescuing folks using the Zodiac boat out there along Sandy Creek and along Cow Creek. They also helped people by foot leave their houses when the water was coming up. They assisted people to get out that way. So there were water rescues, there were land rescues. And I want to give an additional shout out to TDEM so there was the initial stage of water rescues, people responding to 911 calls, asking for help that way. I think it was Saturday. My understanding is that TDEM sent 2 teams. I think it was about 16 people total to add to about 20 or so people on our end to do additional search to help with rescues up and down the creek on Saturday. So that was sort of a land-based rescue effort, but so there was water and land-based, and then, yeah.
All right, folks, thank you all. If y'all have any follow-up, please let me know.
One thing, Hector.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to publicize the Red Cross number.
Oh, go ahead.
So, folks, I'm Chuck Brotherton. I'm the County Executive for Emergency Services. We do have the Red Cross represented here with Mr. Pierre Wynn. Appreciate y'all being here. We have established a hotline for people to call, people who have been impacted by the flooding, people who are searching for loved ones who they may not be able to reach. The number is 1-800-RED-CROSS, REDCROS. The number is 733-2767. That's 800-733-2767. The Red Cross hotline, that is a national hotline. They will take your information. They will get a contact number for you. They will refer the call to local Red Cross here in Travis County, and those folks will get back to you to assess your needs and do everything they can to help.
Talk about damage.
Yeah, please.
Cody McDonald, Texas Division of Emergency Management, District Chief. We just want to encourage everyone that was impacted by this, if they have any damages to their homes, to submit those damages to damages.tdem.texas.gov. That helps us get a track of how many damages, how many homes are damaged, what those property values look like, so we can submit that for potential assistance. So again, damages.tdem.texas.gov. If you'd please submit your damages to us. Thank you.
And one last thing. So there's a lot of debris in the water, in creeks, of course, that a week ago weren't a creek. And then there also is a lot of debris in Lake Travis, Lake Austin. Please do not go in a boat or swimming in Lake Travis. Give us a couple of days at least, and until further notice, really, to make sure that debris goes away. So there should be no recreational boating in Lake Travis or Lake Austin or any of the other lakes right now, because there's a ton of debris, ton of hazards in there, and we want to make sure that people who are trying to engage in recovery efforts are not hampered by people trying to recreate in the lakes right now.
Great. All right.
Thank you.
All. Please let me know if y'all have any other follow-up.
I do have a question. I'm wondering if I could borrow Judge Brown for some Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you. If you don't let me call me out, I'll pull her.
Yeah, no, you're
Good morning, everyone. I am Matt Lindeman, your Williamson County Sheriff. On the 4th of July, as you all know, they had tragic flooding in Kerr County. We sent part of our Williamson County Sheriff's Office Swift Water Rescue Team to Kerr County to assist in those rescues. And then early yesterday morning, about 1:50 a.m., calls started coming in to our emergency communications about water over the road at various locations out in the Liberty Hill area. We dispatched deputies to those areas, and there was flooding being experienced at that time. At 5:08 a.m., calls came in from the Rio Ancho subdivision, which is in far western Williamson County, of water coming into homes. We dispatched our remaining members of our Swift Water Rescue Team to that subdivision. 4 rescues were conducted at that subdivision. We had to recall our Swift Water Rescue Team that we had sent to Kerr County at that point because we realized we were going to have problems here in our own county. 6:58 a.m., an individual was reportedly swept away from a vehicle on FM 1869 west of Liberty Hill. 2 people in that vehicle had driven off into the water. The car was stalled. They both got out. One was swept away. We're still looking for that person today. At 7 a.m., right after daylight, we started going door to door in Williamson County east of Georgetown because we have a couple of RV parks there that are in low-lying areas. So we were going door to door to warn those people to get out immediately so that they would not become flood victims. Most of them did. However, one was rescued a little later in the day by Swift Water Rescue Teams from Parks and Wildlife and the Sheriff's Office. A number of pets were rescued there as well. That was Shady River RV Park on Highway 29 east of Georgetown. 2:06 p.m. We received another call of a vehicle being swept away from County Road 284 west of Liberty Hill. At this time, heavy rains were still coming down, a lot of high water. At about, excuse me just a moment, about 4:41 p.m., fire crews located that vehicle. It was still partially submerged. They were able to search the interior of the vehicle and determine that no one was inside the car. The water was still around that vehicle and it was too dangerous to look further in that area. Our deputies, along with Texas Highway Patrol and Parks and Wildlife, continue to check low water crossing areas throughout the county along the San Gabriel River, where we were experiencing severe flooding. And about 10:30 yesterday evening, communications received a call that a citizen had gone back to that partially submerged car. The water had receded and discovered there was a body trapped underneath that vehicle. That was the one that was in the area of County Road 284. Our deputies responded back to that area and helped with extricating that person from under that vehicle. So we'll continue our efforts all day today, and I'm sorry, that was our one confirmed fatality. Our efforts continue today with ground searches along the South San Gabriel River in the area of Liberty Hill, as well as a number of drone teams that have been deployed to try to find those two missing individuals. Our heartfelt sympathy goes out to all the people affected by this in Kerr County as well as here in Williamson County. We understand that families are out there desperately wanting to know about what's going on with their loved ones that are missing. We're working hard, and we will exhaust all the efforts to find your loved ones and get them back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. As we move into recovery, we're putting together our recovery plans and beginning our preliminary damage assessment. We encourage residents to report their damage to TDEM, TDEM, using the iStat tool at damage.tdem.texas.gov. County roads currently, Williamson County has 29 roads closed due to the flooding, debris, and damage. Crews are out today reopening roads as water recedes and debris is removed. 6 roads have damage to the pavement, and crews are working today to open up those roadways. Specifically on County Road 279, there's 2 spots between Leander and Liberty Hill that crews are working on today to get those roads passable and open. We have 5 other county roads with damage. County Roads 257, County Road 236, County Road 207, 200, and 126. And the county will respond and get those as soon as possible. I also want to thank our first responders who went out to rescue individuals during the flooding and are now working on those recovery missions. The sheriff mentioned, and I want to specifically thank our swift water rescue teams. That's one of the most dangerous way for first responders to rescue and recover bodies. Very proud that our county answered the call to go assist in Kerr County, but at the time, the next morning, they had to come and assist with Williamson County. And so they put in many man hours and are thankful for that. Also want to thank the cities in their response to the emergency as well. The city of Leander sent swift water rescue to assist in Liberty Hill, and we are grateful for that. Sheriff's Office, EMS, Fire Marshal, and I also want to thank the Texas Parks and Wildlife. They not only assisted in the rescue, but they came in at shift change and provided some much needed relief from our workers who had put in a 24-hour shift. I want to thank the United States Army in Fort Hood, who used a helicopter, as I mentioned earlier, to rescue children from Hope House. The cities of Georgetown have done great as well. I know they sent city workers down. There's some homeless camps in the river to get them to safe ground and let them know that the waters were rising. I know the city of Georgetown, partially in Georgetown, is still under a water boil notice as well. A lot of people are calling and asking how they can help. We have a tremendous community that is always very charitable. So we are asking that you wait, pause momentarily as we assess the needs and the damage in the community so we can coordinate our efforts where they're needed the most. But they will be on our website. That's wilcotx.gov. What I do know right now is that Williamson County is a very resilient community. We have excellent first responders and EMS. We are also a community of faith, and Governor Abbott has declared today a day of prayer, and I definitely encourage our community to join in prayer, pray for the lives lost, pray for the families left behind, and pray for our community who's suffering right now, not only Williamson County, but across the state of Texas. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Hi, I have a question, as far as the unaccounted or missing
Mhm.
folks, you say there's two. I've been chatting with folks in the Sandy Creek area
Mhm.
near Leander, and I understand part of that 78641 zip code goes into Travis County, I believe, part of it, but the majority of it is in Leander. They say they still have multiple people missing, families that have not been able to get in contact with residents of that area. I'm curious, have y'all been working with those folks in that area that were also hit by flooding?
I'll let the sheriff answer that question. I know just the information we just have the two missing. I know there's lots of rumors circulating around as well, but I'll let the sheriff answer specific to missing persons.
I believe most of that Sandy Creek area is in Travis County, so Travis County Sheriff's Office would be
So
working
it'd be
that.
on the Travis County,
That's correct.
unaccounted?
Yes.
Okay. Even in the Leander city?
Even though it says Leander,
Okay.
that Sandy Creek area is largely Travis County.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes.
Do you think your evacuation response was early enough to save lives?
So I will introduce y'all to Bill Zito. He's our Director of Emergency Services in the county to talk about the proactive things that the county did and the efforts we took to save as many lives as possible in our ongoing recovery efforts.
So yeah, Bill Zito, Senior Director and Chief of Emergency Services for Williamson County. To your point, I think yes. I think we took as proactive approach as we could once we realized and knew the flooding levels were going to be as dangerous as they were. We immediately started looking at our low-lying areas and proactively started sending messages. As the sheriff and the mayor or the judge explained, we had folks go out door to door, and you can't get everybody, right? You try, you message, you go out, you try to communicate face to face, but you're always going to have that one person or two people that take that risk and drive through that, that rushing water that they shouldn't. It's unfortunate and we're sad to lose people, but I do believe the county as a whole did a fantastic job, and we have minimal lives lost because of it. So.
To that effort, the county and many counties have similar efforts where they can draw a geographic map around an area and send those emergency messages not only to residents but anyone driving through that area. It becomes more and more difficult at night. People driving through water they might not see, but the efforts of using technology proactively to get the word out, I think, saved many lives. And then the fact that our people went door to door, as Bill Zito and the sheriff mentioned, saved lives and property.
Well, like how it was kind of hard to pinpoint where all the heavy rain and the flooding was going to be in Kerr County, did you guys have a similar issue with, determining where the water was going to hit or anything like that?
I don't know if either one of y'all, yeah.
Realistically, we look at flood models, we look at historical flooding, and we kind of know our county vulnerable areas. We've had, again, like 2017, we've had other major flooding events in this area that we know pretty much where we need to go right away. The sheriff and deputies, they're out there every day. They know what's going to flood. So we're able to kind of predict a little bit ahead of time. You can't predict everything. You don't know exactly how much rain you're going to get. And I believe we had like 9 inches drop over Liberty Hill. But in terms of being able to at least have a sense of where the vulnerable areas are and proactively get out there, we were able to do that.
If someone does want to report someone missing, is there a number that they can call?
So they should call 911, or they can call the non-emergency number to 911 and report that, right? And so also, some of these folks that we know were missing, right, were initial call-ins that as we try to rescue or try to make contact getting back to them, if we did not hear a response from them, then we would continue to look for that person, right? So.
All right, very good.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for being here.
Do we have a time for the next update?
We'll send something out this afternoon, probably before 5 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Yep.
Who wants it?
If you need to sign your email, you put your email.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Of course.
heading north towards Harper and getting into Fredericksburg there. So there you can see as we look a little bit further up to the north there. All right, so this right now is not in Kerrville. You're probably hearing some of the thunder in the distance. There in the Ingram is right on the edge of it, and then working around Hunt here at the moment. And as we pull that view out there, you can see right over along 27, we have the heavy rain here as well. So right now, the high rainfall rates in some of these cores in a tropical air mass are pushing around 1 inch to 2 inches per hour at least, in some of the heaviest. And so with the slow movement, it would be easy to get a quick 1 to 2, 3+ inches of rain if they persist. And so between the city of, it appears to me it's the city of Kerrville or Kerr County with the Weather Service issuing this flash flood warning that'll be with us for a time right now. So that's what I'm working with here at the moment. I want to pull out the view and to show you as we kind of pan this around too, just to kind of point out. Here you see Fredericksburg with the heavy rainfall just south of Harper. And then as we go down towards Bandera County, you see the scattered downpours here. There are no advisories, warnings in effect for this activity at the moment. And then for Bexar County, there are a couple of these little pop-ups here. These are a little bit more harmless. These are areas that haven't really seen much rain, in fact, to be honest with you. So you are getting a few of these scattered showers. No lightning with these here at the moment. So again, I know many of you have been getting the alert notifications on your smartphone, and that is because of this polygon right here, which was, it appears to me, was issued city, county, along with the Weather Service, sort of a partnership issuance of this warning is the best I could tell from it. We look at the rainfall estimates on it here, just kind of give you an idea. We'll put a little marker right there, and you can see that's an estimate of just under 2 inches of rain inside the flash flood warning right here. And then you go out here towards Hunt, west from Kerrville, and you see we're not even to 1 inch of rain just yet based on that estimate. And so this was, I believe this was issued out of an extreme caution based on where we have been. And they wanted to get this warning out just based on the slow movement here of some of this activity, the super saturated soil up here where it wouldn't just take much to get instant response from creeks and streams that feed into, of course, the river channel up here of the Guadalupe North Fork and Johnson Creek, for example. So right now, you know, in most cases here, we're talking about rain that is below 1 inch based on the estimate, but that is climbing. And then you have that one bullseye here where it's about 1 3/4 inches. Let me get you up here around Fredericksburg, just on the corner there of that flash flood warning, not quite 1 inch here. And then down in Bandera County, I'll do a couple of drops for you just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of what we have. And you see here around or just over 1 inch of rain. That's the reason why we don't have a flash flood warning here that is in effect. This is the broad view. We've still got this remnant mid-level trough axis that I've been tracking now for days. And it's all the way from North Texas stretching down right into our area. And with some heating in this tropically humid air mass that we have, it's cooking up these showers and thunderstorms. And the overall steering currents for what develops is really pretty sluggish overall. And so that's why we're seeing the really slow movement and the tendency to get a little bit of training over the same area here. So again, that right now is the area of concern. This is all more garden variety activity that you see down here. All right. So I'm going to bring this back here over to live power Doppler radar. And again, we have this one little warning that's in effect that was issued by Kerr County. The National Weather Service was sort of a coordinated effort on the warning, trying to get some clarity on that, but that triggered, and it had a tag in it, considerable damage risk, that forced a warning to phones in and around Kerrville, is my understanding, in Kerr County. And I believe because of that, there have been some evacuations that have been ordered around Ingram. So I'm trying to piece this all together as much as I can based on what I'm getting, the drips of information here on it, and in some cases, because I'm hearing from you on it, sending me the warnings on your phone. So going a little closer in, and there again you can see how this batch is it's holding right in here from Gillespie County into Kerr County. It is not over Kerrville. Of course, the concern is you don't necessarily want to focus just on one particular part of the river watershed here, where there's no rain, because you do have feeder streams and creeks into portions of the watershed, where eventually the water then comes down in. So this is additional water in some cases in the recharge basin of the Guadalupe River that would start to flow down in. It's not quite as intense, to be sure, as what we had Thursday night, Friday, with some of those rainfall rates and stationary storms and training, where it was well in excess of, in some cases, about 3 inches per hour. Not on that level, but again, with the tropically humid air mass, super saturated soil from all the rain we have already seen, there's a lot of sensitivity to additional downpours. And out of abundance of caution, that warning appears to be issued so that you would see it on your phone, and we would start getting some action to take into alert everyone in this area. See these downpours, Gillespie County down into Kerr County, where the rainfall rates again support an inch to maybe an inch and a half, a little over an inch and a half per hour if it sits there for that time frame here. Let's go a little bit closer in, and there you can see around Ingram, right on the edge of the heavier rainfall. So it's light rain here. You see it's right around Hunt with the heaviest of the rain, where the other night it was more south building in across Hunt, and you had that rush, rapid climb of the river response feeding into Hunt and then into Ingram and Kerrville. So right now the southern end, it's pretty quiet overall, but we want to watch those radar trends in here to see if we get a little bit more filling in on the radar here. We go up north, and there you see again, as you're there's I-10, and you have a 27 here going from Ingram all the way up towards Mountain Home, and there you can see that's the northern edge of it right there, and then of course you're heading out here along the stretch heading out towards Edwards County. That's the northern edge of it here. And then for those of you that might be watching me around the county border there from Kerr to Gillespie County, there you can see Morris Ranch into some very heavy rain. This general zone here has had an inch and a half to maybe over 2 inches of rain so far. And so they're also in that polygonal warning, which goes right up towards Fredericksburg. That's the western or eastern extent of it on the west side of Fredericksburg of this flash flood warning here. All right, so let's kind of recenter this again. And you see there is no rain in Kerrville, but operations, my understanding, have been postponed for now with this weather that is in the area, and the concern that there could be some river rise for crews and the safety concerns here. And in Ingram, my understanding is that there have already been some evacuations because of this risk. And so that would be because of this rainfall right here. And again, this is a radar estimate, and it kind of gives you an idea of what we have seen. And typically, you would need to see a little bit more data to have a warning issued, but this was a fast one that came out before reaching closer to that criteria. And that, to me, was an abundance of caution was the reason for that issuance. And it appears to me it was sort of a joint effort on the issuance of that warning, where an inch to inch and a half plus of rain. Again, let me do another little pop right there so you can see a little marker, 1.75 inches. Now this one little spot here is over an inch of rain, working towards an inch and a half. So easy that in some cases right in here we could exceed 2 inches if they hold, and with ultra sensitivity to all the water that has been received in this area. We do have that, again, that warning that is in effect here. Let me just step off, and I'm going to take a moment here to go into the 4-Zone Weather Center, see if I can look at some new information here and gather some details here for you. So let me come on over here, and I'm going to do a little bit of reading here while I'm on the air. And yeah, in the meantime, let me send it over to Jonathan and Mandy for a little extra information here, and I'll be back on the air here shortly with some more weather.
All right, no problem. Go ahead and get the latest updates and numbers right now. As we can tell you right now, we are awaiting a press conference, possibly out in Kerrville, as we understand it.
So we saw the governor give a press conference, but that was out of the Austin area. He said he wanted to show his presence there as well because they've also been dealing with weather, and we have seen 10 deaths from outside of our area, outside of Kerr County. And I know you have the most recent numbers. Let's walk through some of those.
The very latest right now, we're being told by the governor, that was a press conference that happened roughly about 15 to 20 minutes or so ago. The latest number, 59 dead there in Kerrville. An updated number as it pertains to Camp Mystic, we're being told that 11 children, also one one adult missing there from Camp Mystic. 59 is a total number, but we are also being told, as Mandy just mentioned, there are other deaths across the state. Central Texas, there were 10 also confirmed dead, and in other parts as well.
He was talking about we're maintaining our search. And he also said across the state of Texas, we know that there are at least 41 people missing. So that's a number that we haven't been given until now.
Thus far.
And he said, but we don't, that's not an accurate necessarily number. These are just who we know of. Because as we've been saying, and what he mentioned was, there were so many people here in town. We don't know who all's missing yet. There are people missing who aren't on the known confirmed missing list because we don't know who they are. That we are going to maintain our search. But if you're a relative or friend of someone who you think was in Kerr County, you think they're missing, then call Kerr County with a name. And
HEB is set. When that kitchen is set up, you'll be able to feed a lot of hungry people in the Hunt and Ingram area. If you want more information about that, just go to heb.com/newsroom. Countless other local businesses are stepping up, finding needs, and they are meeting them. If you would like to make a financial donation, we recommend that you go to the Community Foundation of Texas Hill Country. They have set up a portal to receive donations. That would be community. People across our community, across our state, across the world have been responding to that request. If you would like to volunteer, the city has set up a partnership with our local Kerrville Salvation Army at the Croc Center. The number to call to register to help or to donate is 830-465. And when I say donate, in-kind donations. For full updates, verified updates, please follow the City of Kerrville Facebook page. Under Facebook, it's called City of Kerrville-City Hall. Finally, as I've said every pray for our community. I believe in prayer, and prayers have been answered. Now Dalton Rice will come back.
Sirens of any kind.
Mr. Rice, with the focus on families here, right here. Thank you, sir. appreciate it. With the focus on families here, we know that there was a National Weather Service alert issued on Thursday afternoon talking about these flood watches and issuing Kerr County as a high-risk area overnight. Why not preemptively evacuate these camps? You said earlier that was a good question. We think it's one that needs to be answered.
Yeah, no, again, it is still a great question. And when you looked at the National Weather Service notification, when you look at that map showed Kerr County kind of in the northeast, spread all the way to San Angelo. So there's a lot of information. That's a wide area that must be addressed. And so as we were preparing for it, unfortunately, the rain hit at the most inopportune time and right in the most inopportune areas where the north. We want to continue to focus on those rescue operations.
The next time that we'll be in front of the cameras is going to be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The contact information to us to reach out to you and let you know time and place. Other than that, unless you right back here. Thank you so much. I'm not taking any more questions. Thank you so much.
Hi, Lee. Nice to meet you.
Nice. Scrambling a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we were all scrambling, trying to run around and play catch up here, and then pray and wait, right?
Yes, yes.
That's how it always seems to go.
Yeah.
I need to call in for a quick hit. Nice to meet you.
That's okay. If you're messaging with them and you wanted to drop a line, that would be great. I'll get them on there. Hey, CNN, this is Joel with Lee Waldman at the Just Wrapped Kerr County presser. Anyone there? Hey, CNN, this is Joel with Lee Waldman at the Kerr. Did you finish your selfie? No, because I applied when I got it. Somebody else have it?
and its rainfall rates. Let me check it out here. This is a brand new update here, so let me kind of give you an idea, and I'll put a marker in there. And we're still talking about 1.5 to occasionally just over 2 inches of rain. Let me see this, if this one will catch it. Now that was a bad hit right there. Let me do it one more time. You have to do it just right sometimes on the timing when you have a loop. But anyway, so that's sitting right there at 1.5 to over 2 inches per hour, that thunderstorm. And so you run the risk now of talking about 2 to 4 inches of rain, and you hope you're not going above 4 inches. So you want to see this thing either collapse or move in or move away. These cells here, do they have a tendency to start trying to kind of merge with it, and you get a little bit of this like train effect that happens where you have like cars on a train on the tracks kind of following along? So that's something you do want to watch for. Right now there's a gap in here, but that's a nearly stationary storm with the core of it. It's not severe. You're not getting hail or strong winds. We're just worried about water. And that lightning tells you, when you see those cloud of ground lightning strikes, kind of see that little, it's kind of like a little beehive. That tells me the updraft pulsed up, strengthened. And that will simply, in an environment and atmosphere that we're in, it'll produce even more water. It wrings it out with that stronger updraft. And so there was no hesitation to get that warning issued until 7:30. And flash flood warnings often will have a distance on them, not just an hour or two, but to allow for the decay of this eventually, and then for the water to kind of find its way to where it will go before things recede. So that's why you get a warning that's until 7:30 on this here. That right there is Hunt, devastated by the flood, and you see there's a lot of lightning now over Hunt. So you have, of course, the forks here of the river, getting, especially the North Fork, getting into it here. And then eventually we'll see some of the South Fork perhaps too. So we're watching both the North Fork and the South Fork of the Guadalupe River for the heaviest of the rainfall right now, as it's trying to kind of build south a little bit. Now coming into Hunt, heaviest is just north of Hunt and to the west, and you will see the potential to get 2 to maybe a 3 foot increase on those particular feeders into the main Guadalupe channel downstream here. So water rise is going to be possible with supersaturated, unbelievably supersaturated soil. It doesn't take much to give us problems here. So that's what we have right there, right around Hunt. Very slow movement just north of Kerrville. You see there's a little weakening right in here. It's kind of what we want to see. We don't want to see a festering long line of intense rain. So I'm very hopeful we can kind of shrink this down and collapse it. Right now it's holding its own at the moment. And then I'm watching with some interest this batch here to see if it strengthens and it tries to kind of coalesce or merge with this batch here for this particular portion of Kerr County. By the way, I do want to point out while we're doing this, because you also have folks in Bandera County have had a lot of rain. All right, so here we do have downpours. That one there weakened substantially. Otherwise, you'd find yourself with a warning here in time if that was strengthening and holding. There's another one that's going up around Bandera at the moment, and that has high rainfall rates. That's probably around 1 inch or so per hour on that, based on the radar reflectivity, maybe a little over 1.5 inches right there. And then you have out towards Vanderpool in western Bandera County to Utopia. See these downpours here working down. Now you're thinking about Concan and the Frio out here. So we do have that. Bexar County, not really worried about flooding for much of Bexar County. The only area you want to kind of watch is northern, where there's already been a lot of rain up in here. And then there would be eastern Bexar you want to keep an eye on. But do note, there's not as much activity over here. So I'm not really as concerned for Seguin and New Braunfels as much as I was for yesterday's round. That was my focus yesterday. So today my focus has been on what we would see probably this side of our viewing area and of our 4 zones, the hill country, where you didn't get much out here yesterday. You were spared of it. And so today is the day you kind of have to get through with these showers and thunderstorms here. And again, these are the rainfall rates. And what you don't want to see is white. When you get on that white, that's pushing 3 inches plus on the rainfall rates per hour. That's what we had Thursday night into Friday morning. We had a big area here of this sharper, purplish going into the white color. That was over here sitting there. So this is a different kind of a rain event. This is the one you worry about after the main event that causes headaches and more issues, slows down operations. That's what we have. And a lot of folks up here just don't want to see more rain for a little bit, let things calm, and now we're throwing more out there at you. And with the weather setup. This is a brand new update here. So this caught now some of the recent rain. So now I want to give you an idea. I'm going to start here. I'm going to work my way around. There you can see now we're estimating here north into southwest Guadalupe County over 3 inches of rain there. There's another bullseye. That's now getting into Kerr County. Let me put a marker right there for you. You see that's over 3 inches of rain there. And then you have right out here, this is going to be a little less. That's probably pushing towards 2 inches or more. There you go. That's almost 2.5 inches of rain, right? So you could see this is what we're working with now in this little particular corridor is that, and this is the reason why we're under a flood watch. The Weather Service does have a flood watch in effect for the risk of getting 2 to 4 inches of rain, and in isolated cases could get more in the flood watch, which also goes north out of our area. So this is verifying the flood watch and the concerns we've had from the start of the day when they reissued it deeper into the evening. Originally it was going to expire at 1, and early this morning they pushed it to 7 o'clock. So this is the reason why. And that's going to be a zone here of 2 to 4 plus, quite possible. And then down here in Bandera County, in case you were wondering here, let me just give you a couple of markers here. There's a spot of 2 inches of rain. And then you go here on the east side, there you can see there's near Medina, east of Medina maybe, just over 1 inch, and then there's a 3/4 right here. So it's getting a little jumbled here with all the little markers, but you get the idea on that. All right, this is the broad view. The rest of the area, there really isn't much happening. We do have that little scattering in Uvalde County, and then working up into Bandera, these hit or miss targets. There is the potential in Bexar County that there could be a heavier storm with high rainfall rates that could produce, I would see, a flood advisory possibly, and if it gets into super saturated areas up north or east, you could get a flash flood warning. So we're not entirely out of the woods in Bexar County. I see enough there from here west as the focus, not so much east of 35 out here. And so we want to watch the trends on this. You know, there hasn't been that much rain with that, for example, so you're not as concerned here at the moment, other than that, you know, if it persists, you get localized, the typical type of flooding here. So what we didn't want to see for the day today was that we would get the hardest hit areas with downpours or thunderstorms, and that's what we have right now here. Again, we'll go a little bit closer in, and there you can see there you have 27 and 41 and working down 39. You know, the south and north fork here of the Guadalupe River. Kerrville is not really into much. It's to your north and it's to your west. So any kind of water rise you might see on the river here eventually, it's going to come from all this activity that's out here falling over the watershed, and it'll start to work its way down. But the anticipation is we should not see anything remotely close to what we had. But water rise is water rise. And after what we've been through, probably, you know, that's not the optimal scenario that we want to see, but it was, especially with the anxiety levels as elevated as they are. So 7:30, the warning. This one here until 6:30. Flash flood warning that is active. Going a little bit closer here again for you, and you'll see a couple more towns pop in. There's Ingram. Here you have Hunt, and again you see this sort of stationary look of real heavy rain of 1 inch to just over 2 inches per hour on the rainfall rates. I'm not seeing as much of the deep maroon, so that does tell me the rainfall rates have maybe subdued a bit from what it was when it was really pulsing. Notice the amount of lightning we had. And you see there's less lightning. That's a telltale sign the updraft is weakening. It's kind of collapsing down a bit. So does it pulse back up? We would want to watch. But that's how you can radar trend on a storm. Sometimes you can look at the cloud to ground lightning strikes. You go, well, you know, I see a tremendous amount of little burst of frequent lightning. You'll see the boost in the radar reflectivity of the deeper shades. That's where you get 2+ inches per hour. And now we've lost the tremendous lightning, and you see the radar reflectivity is a little calmer, even though it's still heavy rain. So that's what's happening right now with this storm. Certainly want to keep an eye on it, see if it tries to pulse back up, and then we'll see if there's a merger attempt in here where you just get the sustained area of pretty heavy rainfall. So that's where we stand right now on that here. Let me kind of move this over. Here you see Kerrville just to the north of you. So you really haven't seen much right over Kerrville. You're hearing the thunder, you see the clouds, occasional drops, unless you're on the north side here of Kerrville, the north side of the city limits, or way out to the west maybe. But it's sort of been dancing around you here at this point, but it's been enough to suspend operations. Ingram, I know you got the warning on your phone. I did hear reports of some evacuations in around Ingram. And that was earlier when the warning was issued. And the first warning that came out had the considerable tag in it because that will push it to your phone. So if you just issue a flash flood warning without certain tags, the base flash flood warning may not necessarily get it. But as soon as you insert a tag into it with special damage, threatening risk considerations, the wireless emergency alert system will push it over to your smartphone. You'll often see this with a tornado warning. In Kerr County, we get a lot of times our flash floods are emergency tagged. And so automatically you'll get them in Kerr County as an alert on your phone. But so we had that issued here, and then many of you were reaching out to me on my social media platforms. They're asking if this was real and what's the deal with it. And in some cases, because you weren't hearing or seeing rain. You weren't hearing thunder and you weren't seeing the rain, and the warning came out. And so it's because it was up here to your north and the warning was issued. So it was really interesting how it all unfolded here. And again, a lot of that happened because of what we've been through. So if we didn't go through what we went through, you may not have had that warning on your phone like that. And so that's the reason why things happened the way they did. Here you can see into Hunt, getting a little bit of a kick of some lightning right here. So you see the updraft trying to get a little bit of traction. So you want to watch right in there for maybe some intensification here of the radar reflectivity and the rainfall rates. And that is looking like, well, it's throwing out a little bit of lightning, so that could be a strengthening storm right there organizing, and that may merge right in here. And if that happens, suddenly you have to think about 4+ inches of rain in this area. That could happen. That's a possibility that you'd want to consider. Here's a look at the rainfall rates, and right in here, let me just drop one right there, kind of give you an idea per hour. That's around 1.5 inches per hour. There's actually a real heavy one down here in Bandera County. Just show you that one's going to be pushing 2+. So here you can see that one, just over 2 inches per hour on this one. Notice in Gillespie County, the rainfall rates are decreasing compared to where they were, where it was around 3 inches per hour, and that warning was issued. And again, here you see the 2 flash flood warnings, and just again, kind of give you an idea, if you're just now joining me here with this coverage, you'll see the estimate on rainfall here on that. And let me back this up and go back to it here. And I want to do this one more time. Let me get you this one right here, because what I showed you was underdone. There you can see that's a 2.5 to about 3 inch estimate right there. And then we'll come up here, and again, that's going to be over 3 inches. And then out here, we already have 1.5 inches to over 2 inches of rain so far. And so this will periodically update for me so that I can bring that information to you. And then down here in the Bandera County, you have that heavy bullseye of 2 inches of rainfall. That's over the Medina River watershed. So this is the flood watch that is active until this evening at 7 o'clock. You see the active flash flood warnings. This does extend out of our area. There you see a big flash flood warning up here. And I'll show you a visible satellite, which kind of give you a bit more of a lay of the land of what we have. The mid-level trough axis is still parked right over us here. Yesterday, it was more in this area, and that favored the flooding, the I-35 corridor, some of I-10 east of San Antonio. And now it's kind of backing more in this direction as it's trying to weaken, but it still has a very soupy air mass in the atmosphere to work with. And so all you need is to get the storms going to tap into that, wring it out. And so that's what we've seen with some heating into this feature. We're bubbling up with some destabilization, these showers and tropical showers and thunderstorms, and with the high rainfall rates here. And so you can see out towards Sonora, there's some heavy rainfall here. Sunshine out towards Del Rio, nothing happening out here. Would want to watch in this area to see if later on this afternoon, this evening, we get more thunderstorm development here. And then I-35 is, this is the eastern edge of the, what I call don't drop your guard, the eastern fringe of my area of concern, right in here to the west, where with the urban, of course, landscape that we have here in Kerr County, we're very much prone to quick rises from downpours with ponding and poor drainage areas that cause some flooding. And so if we get persistent downpours in and around Kerr County, it doesn't take much to get an advisory or even a warning. So this is where I would say from here on over to here is the area that we want to continue to watch as we head through the next 2 to 3 hours here using visible satellite and radar. Let me back this up and get you right over here to, again, radar. And this is our live power Doppler radar. And let me just for a moment here, for those of you in Kerr County, because I know some of you are hearing a little thunder, you got some pockets of some heavier rain. Here you can see this is around Lytle, right along the county line near Castroville and getting down here towards Atascosa in southwestern Kerr County. And then what we'll do is, let me just sort of bring this in a little bit closer and kind of work our way up and maybe pot a couple more streets on here for you in some towns. There you see Von Army. And then you work right over 90 and then getting along 1604 out towards SeaWorld, 151. That's some heavier rain. You see how this is developing. So this is an area, if this continues to evolve towards a coherent line of heavier rain with occasionally a little lightning, could get a half inch or more of rain in a short amount of time in a scenario like this with this tropically humid air mass. So that's right there towards Oakland Estates and Leon Valley. And then you get up here towards Cross Mountain and Leon Springs here. Let me bring this in even a little bit closer here for you. And so we get maybe a few more streets to show up here on the map. And there you go. Now we're going to plot some streets here on the map here for you. There you see McDonough Lacoste Road. And then we come up here and there you can see all the streets there. There's Petranco Road. Here you have 1604. There you see the tarmac out here of Kelly Field and Lackland Air Force Base. All right, so nothing happening really here. And then you get a little bit further up 1604, and you can see those again, the pockets of heavy rainfall. For those around SeaWorld probably right now with the lightning risk, they'll, for safety reasons, shut things down here for just a bit for everyone there that's at the park. And then you go up 1604, there's Oakland Estates, and then you have Babcock Road that's in here getting up towards UTSA, and there's Chavano Park here. So again, you see some heavier rain, moderate to heavy rain is what you have around Helotes. It's on the east side of Helotes to 1604, and then going right up over the Dominion area, the rim. And there you see again, this is a developing area of downpours here, and then it extends again, as said, right up into Cibolo Creek on the northern extent of it here. Let's back this up, and I'm going to bring this over towards the area of concern that's been hardest hit, obviously. There you see that's that heavy downpour north of Bandera, and then the latest trend is, thankfully, this is showing me that's coming down. There's a weakening trend here. That's good. This is becoming the dominant cell right now at the moment, it would appear, where there's maybe probably a little bit more instability to work with, where this is getting worked over and using up the instability that's available. So now if that trend holds, this will become light patchy rain. Also this little batch here. So this is good. These are the trends we want to see. We don't want to see them fester. And but this is still moderate to a bit of a heavier rain, these couple little cores that you have, and then that's a heavier batch that's even further out to the west here in Kerr County. And going just a little bit closer there for you, especially along the North Fork, seeing the heavier of the rain compared to the South Fork of the two as they branch out from the Guadalupe. And then of course you have a number of creeks that feed in here too. One of the big ones there is Johnson Creek coming in. And that's where we've had a lot of heavy rain here coming into as well. There you see as we look a little bit further out here to the west, again, gets pretty rural out here obviously, but the concern of what we're talking about is water that will feed into the system and then work its way down to hard hit areas. So that's the concern out there with that water that's there, because that could have impact further down, whether you get a little bit of a river rise in response to it here, given how sensitive the Guadalupe River is at the moment to anything in the way of downpours here. Jonathan, Mandy, I think what I'll do at this point, let me swing it over to you, see if we get any new information we can bring.
We I'll do be have back. some, yes.
Yeah.
So we just got new numbers out of Kerrville, different than what we told you when we came on. So they have added, sadly, to the death toll. We're now reporting from NBC that it's 68 dead, 40 adults, 28 kids.
Is that Texas or is that Kerr?
No, that's
going to be just
Kerr
in
County.
Kerr County. 68 dead in Kerr County, 40 adults, 28 children, and they're still identifying 18 adults
and 10
working
kids.
and 10 children.
And then from Camp Mystic, 10 campers and a counselor are still missing.
So those are going to be the very latest numbers that we've gotten in just in the last half hour. We've expected this number to go up.
Yeah.
Sadly, it's more than, it's not even a matter of doubling from when we first came on initially days ago of that 6 to 10. We were hopeful that it wouldn't. Sadly, it has. And at this point, it is going to be, it's a mass casualty situation and very, very sad to see. But thus far, 68 people dead, specifically there in Kerr County. Sadly, there are others who have lost their lives also around the state of Texas.
And an unknown number missing. The governor did finally give us an idea, but said we don't know who we don't know we can't find. Like, you know, like we can't put a number on it, but what we do know is there are at least 41 people missing. That is who we know of, but there are likely more because people were coming in town from all over. And sadly, we've shared a lot of those images. And it's very sad that they still have people that they haven't been able to identify because undoubtedly people are looking for their loved ones and don't realize that they have been found.
You know, we've shown you all the video from up above from the debris and what it is that crews are up against in order to go and find those individuals. The hopes are that they are still alive, but now we are day 3 into this, the likelihood diminishing. Time is of the essence, as we've said for the last couple of days now, but they have not, as we understand it, they've not turned this or transitioned just yet into a search and recovery mode just yet. It is still search and rescue. You hold out hope, but that time it's nearing us to where it will turn into a search and recovery mode.
And we keep hoping for that news. This has been such a dark time for all of us, and it's probably exhausting to be sitting at home and wanting updates and wanting to know what's going on, but also seeing that the news that we're giving you just keeps getting worse and worse. I messaged one of our group reporters on the ground there, Destiny Fuller, you know, what's going on. She said it's just starting to sprinkle here. She is where they were giving that news conference from in Kerrville. You know, our crews are up there as well and thick of it, in the middle of it. So we want them to be as safe as possible and make sure that they're out of harm's way as well. And not putting themselves in the middle of any sticky or potentially dangerous situations. But this today, now, this threat is the last thing we were hoping to see in this final stretch where we can still say this is search and rescue, because the rescue efforts are having to be put on pause now. They're having to say, okay, we'll just have to come back later. And every hour, it makes it less likely. Every minute, every hour is important in this leg of it.
And again, when you see more rain falling on an area that's already been devastated, of course, nerves are very bad right now. It's a traumatic situation for folks. The last thing that they do want to see is more rain in the forecast or more flash flooding warnings or alerts that come out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so
are
we
you
can't
trying to?
really walk.
Well, I mean,
It's not really.
we could do
As
it
long
on
as
the
you can
shoulder.
Go around.
We could do it on the shoulder.
It's up to you.
I think that might be better for something like this
Yeah,
to like
kind of
show the
what's
water.
Going on. Yeah, and to show the
Yeah.
water.
So yeah, that'd be fine.
Is the camera okay if it rains?
No.
Okay, hold on, I'm looking right out here.
Well, I mean, I have
We have 18 minutes.
a another rain jacket.
First, it's like anchor talk backs.
Well, tell them to take us at the top and not again. kind of hurt. it's like in there.
Oh, I can get it. You want me to get it?
No,
Camera covering it?
I'm just gonna do it with this.
We good? Okay, I think we have enough to cover. I'll grab some out of the car. Okay, I'll let. Sounds good. I'll call in soon. Alright, yeah, bye.
I was like,
It doesn't lightning, I know.
it is lightning.
It doesn't strike us.
Oh.
He's like,
Well, good thing you have
be
a
out in
metal
the
mic in
rain.
your hand.
Yeah, put it on YouTube and.
Yeah. As long as we get a lot of clicks. Like, all those people just started walking. That way, like, they're gonna get caught up if it rains.
At least 80, 68 of them.
I thought he was gonna be like, go ahead and call that when it's happening. I think he was like, go out there.
Of course he will. Go.
Oh, no, you're good. Hold this for a second.
I'll probably just take over at 5. Yeah, just so you know, yeah.
You need to get something in the car that can cover that then?
Well, I have this. I have another rainbow. You think it's really gonna start raining in the next 10 minutes?
Right here.
Oh my god. I mean, I have like garbage bags. I do have rain. I do have rain stuff, but I don't really know how to put them on. I'll get it. It's fine.
Excuse me.
Hi, yeah.
Do you know roughly when it's supposed to come through here?
Rain? Oh, the wall of water?
Yeah.
No, not exactly. It's like probably a few hours. There is a wall of water. Now, it was raining, so I did the weather. I know we're about to get Florida.
Okay.
Yeah. It was really coming down around Hunt and Ingram like a little while ago. That was flood warning out there. And then, not sure if it's risen up there yet. It was like a few hours ago down here.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, there is a chance that it could rise. I see that imminent, at least not a huge rise imminent, but maybe later.
Yeah. But you're saying it probably won't be a wall of water that just come crashing through.
Not as, yeah, not at least in the short term.
Okay.
But I can't.
Right.
Not sure.
Gotcha.
Waiting to get confirmation if there is a wall of water.
Gotcha. Did a dam break? I heard from someone that a dam might have broken.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't confirmed either.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I was curious about this.
Yeah.
I'm glad I saw the shipping.
Are you gonna be out here searching?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the weather's doing right now, so I might go get dressed a little better. And
You
then
can't
come
say
back
too
out.
much about if it's gonna rise or not, because we have one big storm that's just like the other night, where it just sits over there. It could rise quickly.
Right.
What's the chance of it? I can't say
Gotcha.
that. It's not gonna Yeah. As long as there is a chance that it could rise later.
Yeah. If it's only runoff, I feel like it won't be too bad. But yeah, pretty scary. But okay, I will probably go get dressed and come back later.
All right, sounds good. Stay safe. There you go. Great. My AirPods could hold up.
Hey, heads up, you guys have me here now. Gate has moved to stop.
Hey, mic check. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check. Sweet. Thank you. Maybe they should take us soon. Hey guys, can you guys hear us? Can you guys hear us? Yes. Hey, can you guys take us by chance like soon? I know it's before the show, but we have a lot of lightning and thunder and we're holding metal. And it's about to come down on us, and there's a chance that we can get struck. This is a metal mic. Mic check, mic check. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hey, Chris. Yes, I can hear you. We are between Comfort and Center Point. Hey, Chris. Yeah, I wanted to come live real quick because we have a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning as well. It's about to pour on us here. Again, we're just to the east of Center Point, between Comfort and Center Point, right along the Guadalupe River. What we've been seeing throughout the past few hours here, we did talk to the Alamo area search and rescue. They have been out throughout the afternoon with their cadaver dogs, and they've been working nonstop to aid in the search and rescue. But right here is the Guadalupe River behind me. You see a good flow. We are going to be watching this in the hours ahead because we do have the rain in the area to see if it does rise any more in the hours ahead. But right now it's still an active search and rescue. We did have another group of strictly volunteers out here aiding in the search and rescue. And again, we talked to the Alamo area search and rescue with their cadaver dogs about 30 minutes ago. And they said they've been out here the last 5 hours or so. What their plan for the evening is they're going to do a shift change, and they're going to send more cadaver dogs, more search teams out along the river in the hours ahead. Now, we did talk to one gentleman. He said that their cadaver dogs did find 2 points of interest that they are going to look into later on this afternoon and this evening for the chance that they could have found something that warrants their attention at least. No confirmation exactly what that is, but they are going to look into 2 separate areas between Center Point and Comfort in the hours ahead, with a new crew and another cadaver dog. So it's a very active scene here between Comfort and Center Point. Again, multiple volunteers, multiple police units, departments, and a lot of people from really all over that are just trying to lend a helping hand. We also saw volunteers with chainsaws as well. They are trying to remove some of the debris that we have along the river. So again, a very active scene here along the Guadalupe River. We're going to continue to talk to the search and rescue teams, as well as continue to monitor the river levels here along the river in the hours ahead, as again, we are watching some torrential downpours move in to parts of our area. Chris? Thank you. Okay.
So what's the deal?
Okay, I hear Chris talking about the lightning by us right now too. Yeah, I don't know what to do right now. Can we leave this out here and go in the car?
No.
I don't know what to do. 'Cause I don't want to keep holding this. That's why I tried to get them as soon as we could. 'Cause I'm like, it's light.
Well, are you done with your hit?
It might take us later in the show. That's what I feel like. Maybe for now. For like last 30 minutes or so.
Confirmed wall of water coming.
It is confirmed now?
Yeah. So
Do you know how long it's going to?
Helicopter hit it. It's been a while now, so.
Okay.
You might have 40 minutes.
Okay.
That's pushing it.
Okay. Good to know. Yeah, we've heard the rumors on that.
And we can just tell them no, like.
Yeah,
we can't
no,
be
that's
here.
true. Hey, what'd you say? Sorry. Could you guys repeat that? I think right now we should pack up and get in the car real quick.
I mean, they're done with us?
For now. Hey, Kurt, can you hear me?
You want me to just call
That's it,
Josie?
thank you. Yes, Josie. This is still a live shot, I think.
It's not safe for us to be here.
Yeah, it's probably live. Hey, Josie. Hey, do you know if we just did a live shot of News 4. It's thundering and lightning pretty bad right now. Are we good to move into the car real quick and take our stuff? I don't know when you guys want us next.
I need you safety first. Safety first.
Okay, yeah, it's lightning a lot.
All right, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. We'll be in touch. We'll just be in the car, so hopefully we do another shot later, but we did just
I'm set up. If it's going to be one of the things I press for being a city council member, funding comes down to funding. But thank God, Governor Abbott and President Trump established an emergency declaration as quick as they did. I thank big time all the rescuers that showed up so fast. It's amazing. I couldn't believe, and I still can't believe, how fast all the rescue people showed up. And I thank you very much for what you guys have been doing, and it's been nonstop. You guys have been working nonstop, and thank you from deep in my heart. We're praying for you guys. We're praying for the families that have lost everything and lost loved ones. So this is a terrible situation, but yeah, we need to get like early warning systems set up somehow.
Maybe like a siren or something like that.
Yeah,
maybe.
that would be good. But even with that, people still want to come down and look, and don't believe it until they see it with their own eyes, and then sometimes it's too late for that for them.
Got it. Thank you so much, Ray.
Thank you.
And I mean, you know, as this all develops, and I continue to talk to more people here in Ingram, yeah, I'll keep you guys up to date on what's going on down here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This guy's a professional.
Okay.
I'm going to do another one too. Yeah, my third term. First one, nobody really voted for me. The city council did. There was an open seat. And the second one.
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I think so. We got Fox also, Fox SA, doing their show. We work for both. I'm gonna see when they go live. I don't know if you want to do that too.
Yeah,
same thing.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you live right there, right? So, I mean, if you need to go anywhere, you know, chill for a bit, we can just get you.
Oh, you're
So-
on my property right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
really?
we didn't ask for permission.
Sorry.
We didn't know who, and I was gonna be like,
we asked her. Oh, that was you guys?
The missed call you had for me was me going to tell you, hey, News 4's going to park on your shit.
We're sorry about that. Yeah.
No, it's no big deal.
Right. Thanks, man. Thank you
That's
so much.
okay. Yeah, you see that right there?
Yeah.
We pulled that yesterday, a quarter mile down the river from my friend's house.
Yeah, I had a chainsaw the
And
tree off of it.
that
Guadalupe.
Hey, I don't know if you're still streaming live YouTube, but I'm recording search and rescue. They're really digging. I don't know if they're just trying to clear a road or they're digging for something, so I just be careful on my stream if you're still streaming me. Okay.
Yep.
And it's yeah.
Okay, but
Okay.
Chris is doing something right now.
No, I wanted to see if they were still streaming me because they're digging.
All right, I'm here.
There you go.
Yep, different shirt. It's when you work for two stations. Gabe, let me know when we're in, like when you have us scheduled, because I will have to get Ray Howard over here. He's trying to get people out of the river. Yeah. That they're in the flood zone. They're standing. They're not in it. Okay. Okay. 1 second. All right.
During the flood.
I know.
This guy's walking his two little kids down to the
Oh,
water's
my.
edge to go look at the flood waters. I went ballistic on that dude.
Well, they're ready for us here.
Okay.
Do you want to mention that? Tell people to just stay out of the. I mean,
Yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
ridiculous. All right.
Yeah, you see, they're not going. Yeah, and they got their kids down there. See that? That's insane.
You guys got to get out of there. All right. I'm ready. All right, we're about to go.
Hey, you want to do a little run? Yeah. We gonna tell them to get out of there? Yeah. Would you? I just yelled at them. They've got their kids down there.
Thank you.
That's my grandson. He just moved here 4th of July from California. Finally got him out of California. He's a political refugee.
Oh. Okay, Guadalupe River here in Ingram. Guadalupe River here in Ingram.
Yeah, I went nuts on that guy with his kids.
With kids?
The
That's
little kid falls in, dad jumps in, the other one watches dad and the brother or whatever die, and traumatized for the rest of their life, you know? This isn't the first flood I've ever been through.
That's right, Darian. I'm here right out of Ingram. I mean, you know, the Guadalupe River is right behind me. It was more like a lake just 2 days ago, just flowing down where it usually goes. But I want you to take a look at these crews over here down by, it looks like a bridge. It looks like they're looking for something right now. Of course, we have first responders searching for people and then after people property. But we've been watching that for a little bit. We haven't really seen how or if they found anything or if they're just clearing debris from that area, which wouldn't be a surprise considering how much debris we have here. I want you to take a look over here, just follow me onto this side, at how wide the Guadalupe River is right now. I mean, you can see what's Old Ingram Lake all the way down there, Ingram Dam, and then New Ingram Lake behind that. And it's just, you know, it's maybe 100 feet width just going all the way down this river. I spoke to some locals, follow me over here. I spoke to some locals who tell me that the night of the flooding, I mean, there's this island over there, it's green, this green grass over there where people were camping, but were eventually swept away in their tents and saved from trees further down the river. And this water you see down here actually didn't exist. It's actually the Guadalupe River is those rapids behind it. This is just a new section of the river, essentially. I actually have Council Member Ray Howard with Ingram with me here right now. Ray woke up early in the morning and he saw exactly what was happening. Ray.
Yeah, we've got the emergency flash flood warnings on the phone, 3 of them. When the 3rd one came out, I came off I live right here, right on, this is our property right here also. I came out, walked out, couldn't believe what I was seeing from the porch, walked right here, right where we're standing, and
the water was here, right?
The water was right here, just on the other side of these railroad ties that we're standing next to here. And all I could see was water all the way across, and I knew that there were people out there. I saw them the night before camping. While I was standing here, and a camper trailer went floating by with lights on inside the camper, and people were screaming inside that camper, going down towards this bridge right where all these rescue crew are looking right now. So I don't know what's going on there. I can only assume, but as it started getting a little lighter, I saw a 13, 14-year-old kid going by screaming, and it was just horrible. Nothing you can do. So.
And I mean, you called law enforcement, obviously, right?
Yeah, just telling them that what I could see, and it's running so fast. By the time they get here, they're already 2-3 miles down the river.
And we have no idea what happened to them.
I have no idea. I can only hope for the best, and God was with them, I hope. You know, there's been so many miraculous already savings that people, the lady that made it all the way from Hunt all the way to Comfort, I mean, survived. That's awesome. God was with her.
Miles and miles. All the way
That's like 22 miles.
I know, yeah. And I mean, Ray, what do you think can be done? Maybe, I mean, you're a city council member. What do you think can be done here in Ingram? I know it affected more than just Ingram.
Right.
but-
I mean, our little town is small. We need funding. So if there's some funding that we can find, so we can get some early warning systems, like maybe a tornado siren type thing, so we can get going. That's what we need. We need something like that. I'm going to push forward as much as I can, but we're a little teeny town, so we need the funding to get this done.
Got it. Thank you, Ray. And I mean, earlier in the day, I mean, only a few hours ago, we got flash flood warnings here in Ingram. But still, I mean, only a few hours ago, we saw people walking down where the river is over there. You should not do that. Definitely do not do that when you get flash flood warnings. And yeah, I mean, we'll keep you up to date on what's going on here as the day unfolds.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, yeah, Ray, we just want to know, how long was it from when you got the warning of these floods to when you saw this water, when you came out here and it was this high? How long?
Well, I think 2:30 was one of the, and 4 o'clock I got up. That would have been at the third one, and so it had already got to this point by 4 o'clock this morning. That morning.
Within 2 hours, basically.
Within 2 hours, yeah.
A lake size almost.
Yeah, this is a lot of volume right here across here. This is a lot of water to be all the way up to the top here. It's absolutely amazing that amount of rain fell that quick.
Right, and just for the viewers, it was from here to that tree line way over there. Yeah, so.
One of the things I want to give a shout out to is the responders, everybody that showed up so fast. Can't thank you enough for being and doing what you're doing, and you're still here. And I know Governor Abbott said he's not going to leave. They're not going to leave until everybody's accounted for. So I just want to thank you, all the responders, everybody that showed up. It's amazing how quick y'all got here.
Got it. All right, thank you, Ray.
Thank
I think
you.
they have one more question, maybe. Do you guys have? I mean, from what I see, it looks like, I mean, you could take a look yourself over there. The camera has better zoom, obviously, than my own eyes, but it looks like they have one crane working right now, and it looks like they're clearing that debris, actually, not like they're searching for anything. Obviously, they have a lot of work to do throughout the day to accomplish that. Ray, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be about the
landowner tell us? All right, well, thanks again, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much.